playing there, Living is playing there, and I think one other that Christian movie that just came out that is not. It's only like in less than 2,000.
The one that has like the super rad movie poster.
Well, it
or
says something
the
about
other one?
Antichrist on it, and the dude at the concession stand, really nice dude at the AMC. They know who I am at this point, and he's like, well, "What are you seeing this week?" And I was like, "Well, I'm gonna go see Infinity Pool." He's like, "Oh man, looks really crazy." And he was talking about, I love horror movies, and he's like, "Oh, and there's the Antichrist movie." And I was like, "Bro, that is not a horror movie, dog. That is a bait and switch. You're gonna go in there thinking you're gonna get something scary, and the scary part is it's going to try and get you to pray." So
I'm trying to look up what it is because every time I scroll past the poster, I'm like, "That looks sick," and then I'm like, "Oh, wait a second."
Oh geez, okay.
It's not there anymore.
It was just brought to my attention that the internet is still being shitty. So, should we even keep doing this? Let's see. I'll have to stop and. I mean, it says we're getting some decent upload.
That's better than where we were before we started.
But there's not a whole lot I can do about it. Let's see here. I mean, it says we're getting.
He says it's fine now.
But yeah, the Facebook stream is just not happening over here. I'm just, you know what? I'm not even gonna fuck with Facebook. It's. I hate the internet. All right, I'm sorry, Facebook viewers. All right, Facebook viewers, I'm about to cut you off. You can move to Twitch or YouTube, but we're done. So bye. There we go.
That one that we were just talking about is no longer at either of our local theaters.
What? I'm so distracted by internet now.
The Antichrist whatever one.
Oh, it's not in theaters anymore?
No, both of our theaters dropped it.
It just came back. It was bad. Now it's perfect. Okay. Okay, I killed Facebook, so it's just Twitch now. For those of you that are still with us. Sorry, Facebook. Nobody. That was like my fourth attempt to Facebook. I need to delete these streams. I don't like having them out here, so I'm gonna go and delete these videos. Give me a second to. Jake, you say things while I do this.
Me say things. Well, I mean, what were we talking about? Movies that are coming out?
Yeah, indie films.
I think that covers it. I mean, we have how many movies to talk about? I've got two at least. 3. Not Ashley said they backed out and came back in. It's working better. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, stuff like this throws you off, man. I don't know where to go. Jake should go outside and jiggle the antenna. There's not an antenna.
Okay, I have deleted any sort of memory on Facebook that this stream ever happened. So there was like 3 different posts because every time it hiccups on Facebook, it like stops and makes another clip.
It'll be
sucks.
one of those things where everyone's like, "Oh, you remember that one?" Like, yeah, and then they can't find any evidence of it.
So we just created like a Hadron Collider timeline split.
Yeah,
So-
we just gaslit Facebook really hard. And
Yeah.
everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, I'm going
Well,
crazy."
I don't remember. It was Bernstein timeline. Okay.
Paywall to get rid of ads when I back out and come back in on Twitch.
I don't know. I
don't know either.
Do subscribers have to sit through ads? Is that a thing? I don't know.
Maybe Twitch didn't always have ads. Now they do, and I don't
Yeah.
know what the deal with that is. Oh, you know what?
What?
Today is the last day for
Movie
the
Pass.
Domestica courses. Those ones. So if you want to learn how to do podcast or
How about
art
you learn
or
to do
things
podcasts?
like that.
I know how to do podcasts.
because I don't have the $10 to spend on these things.
Oh, hang on a second. Let me just reach in the wallet
Yeah.
here, and here
But
is
no, so
some money.
oh, nice.
And there we go.
No,
Problem solved.
So there's those Domestica courses, and yeah, I don't. If you want to learn how to be a
podcast person like Jake
talented
doesn't
person.
want to be, you can. Yeah, I'm just making
Thanks,
it rain.
Logan.
Thanks for the sub, Logan. Well, anyway, okay, movies. We need to talk about them. Let's see.
I can go for one because I've had one that I've been holding on to for a couple of weeks.
Okay, you go. Yeah, go for it.
In our audio only Discord week, where it was just just two of us in there.
Just the two of us.
Mm-hmm. So it was a Netflix release, but it was an Indian movie, a Tamil movie called Gata Kusti, and it is about a woman who is a wrestler, and wrestling is her passion, and she's very good at it. And she did that because her uncle wanted to be one. He took her to all the lessons, and she just absorbed all of it, and then became like this like killer wrestler. But her family wants her to marry, and all of her prospective suitors, their families are thrown off because she's short-haired and beefed out, and she's a wrestler and everything like that, and so no one wants her. And this guy finally he comes around, and he gets convinced by her uncle that she's really like a girly girl that he's looking for, and they marry, and she tries to hide that she's this wrestler until eventually these guys in this town that he lives in are trying to like beat him up, rough him up, and like kill him, and then she thumps him in front of everyone, and her like weave gets yanked out and exposes that she has like this short hair, and she like suplexes this dude to death, and then she becomes the hero of the town, and it just totally emasculates this dude, and it eventually gets to this point where he's like, you know what? I'm going to wrestle her and show the world that I can beat her. And he goes to wrestling.
Well, that's not nice.
Wrestling class. Well, and then eventually.
Way to say thank you.
Eventually, the moral of the story is.
He gets his ass beat again.
No. They learn to accept one another, and then.
It's the friends they made along the way.
Have a happy marriage and all that stuff, because there's this villainous guy.
Wait, they got married?
Yeah. Well, it's India. It was like an arranged thing. Their families
gotcha.
arranged that they like presented them, and they're like, here's what this person can give to your family, and here's the benefit to your family, and let's make this happen, and all that stuff. It's actually a really, really good movie. It's comedic. It has action. Not as many dance numbers in it and things. So
not even like wrestling dance numbers.
No, that would have been cool.
Yeah, cool.
So if the musical numbers are the part that throw you off about Indian films, not as many in this one.
You kind of need them to give a break from the 3-hour-long runtime that those things
I
are.
was explaining this to someone just the other day. It gives you a lot of story without having to go through the exposition, the dialogue of like setting things up and people explaining things, and then having to set things up. Instead, you have music, and they switch scenes, and they do all this dancing, and like the lyrics tell you what's happening, and they can do like a montage scene, and it makes things work, move quicker, and you get more movie out of it. Actually, I really enjoy the pacing of Indian movies, and they're set up really well, and you get a lot of story in that time, and the 3 hours never seems like it's 3 hours.
That means you're having a good time. Time flies.
Exactly. Yeah. But Gata Kusti is out there. Give it a watch. It's on Netflix. You don't have to go anywhere to do it.
That's right. Perfect for a snow day. Well, I will talk next about Living, because I'll probably have a lot to say about Infinity Pool. But Living is the new film that it's PG-13. It's from director Oliver Hermanus, and it stars Bill Nighy and Amy Lou Wood. And there's some supporting cast, Alex Sharp, and then a couple other people that only get a few lines in. But this movie, of course, getting a little bit of, circulation right now because Oscar season and indie films tend to do that. But it's kind of it's a weird movie. It's like it's a sleeper movie, and I say that in a good way. This movie is one of those. It's just a story. It's an interesting story-driven film that there's no superpowers. There's no magical moments. It's not even really a happy ending. It's just a story about this guy, and he was this man who had gotten himself kind of in a paper-pushing, bureaucratic, kind of Vogon-style job in London in the 1950s, early 1950s, and he is approaching, he's getting old, and he's like the head of his department in this state house building. He works for Public Works, And the beginning of the movie is these three ladies that come in and are trying to get some paperwork done because they're wanting to build this park. And then, of course, it's like, oh, well, you need to go down to minute services and get this triplicate and blah, blah, blah. And these ladies, these poor ladies, this new guy is on this team, and he's kind of, you're vicariously looking through this lens of this new guy. And you see just how dull, dark, and bureaucratic this life is. And then he discovers that he has got cancer. He has less than 6 months to live. And he's kind of shook by it. And he doesn't know how to tell his son. He doesn't know how to tell his coworkers. And he kind of just slips off the radar for a minute, takes a leave of absence from work, and kind of, it's the story of him discovering a passion for life at the end of his life and wanting to not waste the last moments of his life. And he doesn't do anything amazing. He doesn't do anything magical. It's not like he changes London forever based on a true story. It's just kind of this beautiful story of Bill Nye having an incredibly heartfelt performance, because he is just a joy to watch on screen. You know, it's happy, it's sad. It's definitely a movie about like kind of appreciating the small things and not letting yourself get caught up in a rut so long that you look back and you realize that your life is gone and you cannot get it back. And so it's kind of sad in that respect, and it's kind of sad in all respects. But it has a positive message at the end. And I do not recommend this movie for your average film goer. You know, don't take a date to see this movie. Don't take your parents to see this movie. Or maybe tell your parents to go see this movie, but don't go see it with them because it's kind of awkward. You know, it's about death of your parents. But it's a really good movie. It's Bill Nye. It's sweet. It's heartfelt. I may have teared up 3 times. But and that could be circumstantial. I don't know, but God, Bill Nye is good to watch.
Well, in a way too, this is I guess a remake, but not like a remake, based on a movie by one of our favorite directors, Akira Kurosawa. It's a remake of Ikiru.
Oh yeah, very very big Ikiru vibes.
It's based on the play written by someone who wrote a play based on Ikiru.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Ikiru was based on like an old Russian thing from the 1800s.
And the thing is this is a timeless story. This can, that's what I think makes this performance and makes this film work so well, is granted it takes place in the 50s, but it is something, it is a tale that could take place at any given time and in any given country, and still have the same powerful effect on the way you look at life. And that's what makes movies like this so good, is you can... No one can sit and watch this movie and it not have some sort of impact in their reality. And I love movies like that. And it's why one of the reasons I kind of went and saw it by myself is because, it's not like a fun movie, but it is a great movie. So yeah, check that one out. If you want to feel, smart or whatever for a second, watch this movie, because it's not like heady or artsy, but it's not a fucking Marvel movie. So, that's a breath of fresh air.
We found out in the Discord that MCU is love and MCU is life. If you've ever seen the Shrek video. If you haven't, don't.
I have not seen the Shrek video.
Don't do that to yourself.
Vince says, is there the ending where they have the doctor said they mix the results at the end? I love movies that have the guts not to do that. Oh, no, he straight up dies in this movie. He dies. He dies in the trailer. So, he's a dead man. There's no escape in the Grim Reaper, sir. And but it's, again, has a little bit of, his death needed to galvanize certain people on screen to, make his life meaningful, know? So yeah, I don't want to spoil too much about it. It's not like there's any like cliffhanging endings, but it's just the story about a guy and the people around him that may have forgotten how important life is. And Yeah, Living. You can check it out in theaters. All right, let's hit us with another Hindi film, Jake. What's the
I only
next
saw
one?
one Hindi film. I want to save it for last because it was the most recent one, but I will talk about another Tamil movie, Veera Simha Reddy. As I told our Discord members the other day, when I looked for a movie to watch last week, there was like 4 choices, and I had a very hard time picking which one. And it came down to like the 2, and they were like the 2 action ones, kind of a thing. And I went and picked Veera Simha Reddy, and I'm so glad that I did because it was sick. Veera Simha Reddy, it's another Tamil movie.
How do you spell ready? Is it like
Reddy?
Okay, so it's
like a really common
it's not
last
English ready, it's their ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reddy is like a common last name that like a lot of people have. I was thinking like
Ready Player One, but it's like Reddy Vahashnani or whatever. And,
actually, like in some of these, the good guys and bad guys will both have the last name Reddy, and so they just refer to everyone as like their name, like their full name to differentiate people and everything like that. But Veera Simha Reddy is so ridiculous, but so good, and it does the thing that so many Indian movies do, where there's like the jump back in time. So it starts forward and then it jumps back and then it brings you back to the present.
And the hilarious aging and de-aging of characters.
Aging or de-aging. They just straight up, that's the best part. So at the beginning of the movie,
every time
they introduce this like evil white guy, and he goes into this restaurant and you don't know he's evil. And he's like, wow, this place is great. And he's like, can I try your food? And people are like, oh yeah, please. And he sticks his hands in there because they don't use utensils, and he just eats them. And he's like, yeah, these like chicken like balls, these like all this curry stuff is so good. Where's the owner? And they're like, well, she's right here. And she's like, oh, you want to talk to me and everything? And he's like, yeah, your restaurant's so good, sell it to me. And she's like, oh no, I won't be doing that. He's like, cool. Snaps his fingers, and everyone just comes in and just starts busting the place up. And then he like slaps her. He like slaps this lady, and he's like, you're going to sell to me, meet me at this place, my business tower, and get ready to sell. Otherwise you're done. And she's like, oh, right. And then like next thing you know, she shows up at his tower, and she's like, guess what, boy, I ain't selling shit. And she flicks like a folder on his desk, and he opens it up, and it's just all these CAT scans. And she's like, those are the brains of the dudes that you had beat up my restaurant. My son beat the hell out of him. That dude ain't even going to live till today or till tomorrow. And he's like,
it does sound like Roadhouse.
Yeah, it's sick. And so then she's like, you might have your friends and the guys that work for you, but I have my son. And then it just goes to this dude, and he's 30 years older than this lady, right? And he's on this party boat, and he just beats the hell out of everybody. And then he shows up in the tower when she gets done telling him that he had just beat the hell out of everybody. And he's like, what's up, mom? And the dude's like 30, 35 years older than this lady. She has like the little gray in her hair, and he's obviously had all the gray tried to take out of his hair, right? And I'm sitting there in this movie, I'm like, why the hell is this old dude this lady's kid? It makes no sense. But then it introduces the girl that will become his love interest. She's in her 20s, right? This is a man in his like 60s, maybe 70s. And then the love interest is like a girl in her 20s. And they try
What is this, 80 for Brady?
Yeah, they try to say that they're like the same age, right? And she eventually, his mom's like, you need to marry this girl. She's so pretty and talented and all this stuff. You should marry her. And he's like, you know what, Mom? I think you're right. And she's like, well, come meet my parents. My parents want to meet your parents. And he goes, well, I don't have the heart to tell them that my dad's dead. And she goes, but son, your dad isn't dead. I never told you because you didn't ask. And he goes, oh, what? And then it does the transport back in time. And she's just like, your dad is the ultimate badass. And then the whole rest of the movie is Veera Simha Reddy, the most badass dude in Tamil Nadu, just beating the hell out of anyone who would ditch with his village. And everyone in his village is like, this man is God, and they praise him, and he oversees all their weddings and blessings and stuff. And there's this other main bad guy who's trying to kill Vita Simha ready all the time and always loses. And it turns out he's been trying to do this for over 20 years.
Sato on a beach, just chopping at that log.
Yeah, it's like 20, 25 years or more. He's been trying to kill this dude. And it turns out it's because his wife won't lay with him until he kills Veera Simha Reddy. So he's just so frustrated and
Just like
backed up.
raged out on blue balls.
Yeah, just so hard. And he tries to kill Veera Simha Reddy and can't. But Veera Simha Reddy is played by the same dude that plays his son. So they don't do a de-aging effect. They do like they just don't dye his hair, and it's like, oh, that's why he's so much older than his mom. And his mom plays Veera Simha Reddy's, obviously his love interest, and they just take the gray out of her hair, and they're like, oh, here she is normal, and she's like attractive lady, and it's the best action movie I've seen in a very long time. The whole thing, it turns out, if you want the spoilers about it, which really just adds to it, and it's not going to ruin it.
I feel like I've watched the whole movie.
It's his half sister that's the wife of the evil guy, because the boy that she wanted to marry killed himself after he got drunk and shot someone, and Veera Simha already slapped him in front of the whole village, and she's like, I'll never forgive you for him killing himself. But it turns out her husband guy is the one that killed him. And when she came and she's like, I want to marry you because that's what's going to make Veera Simha Reddy hate everything, and I'm going to get back at him and stuff. It's the most crazy movie of familial ties and strife and conflict. And at the end, Veera Simha Reddy and his son are both badass fighting dudes going to fight for the village. It's sick. It is so good. I cannot tell you how much I liked this movie. I ended up being the only one in this theater, and I had a blast. I was able to get as into it as I wanted to. It is like a 3-hour movie. I bet when it said intermission, I had to sprint to go
pee.
Relieve myself. And there was one music number towards the end of the movie where I was like, oh, music, good. And I ran out and took a leak.
2 leaks in the same movie?
It's a long movie.
It's a long movie.
But it's good. It's very good. I can't stress enough how much I enjoyed Veera Simha Reddy, and want all of you to go watch it if you can. It was a blast. I really liked it.
Well, I'm not going to have that excited of a review for my next movie, despite the fact that I absolutely loved it. But yeah, is Veera Simha Reddy still playing in theaters here, or?
I hope so. It was only showing at the Pinnacle Hills location.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah,
so
they do show a lot of.
We have 4 theaters in our area that will get Indian movies quite often. Rogers, the 2 locations in Rogers usually get them the most. Pinnacle, and then Rogers Town Cinema, and we, to a lesser extent, we get them at the Malco here in town and the AMC theater. But all of them right now have the next movie that I'm going to talk about, which is Patan.
Okay, well, I'll jump in and talk about Infinity Pool here. That's the other movie that I saw this weekend, which is currently playing at our local AMC theater, probably for this weekend, and that's it. But if you've not read or seen posters or heard about Infinity Pool, it is the new film from Brandon Cronenberg. That's right, David Cronenberg's son. He was the director of Antiviral and Possessor. A lot of people have heard about Possessor because it came out a couple years ago. Antiviral, that was in 2012, but hasn't done a whole lot of films. But this one managed to get a pretty star-studded cast. You've got Alexander Skarsgård in the lead, Mia Goth in the co-lead, and then a lot of supporting actors that really go all out in this film. But
it had a lot of internet talk too, because it was apparently a very real struggle for them to have this rated under NC-17.
So when it premiered at Sundance, it had an NC-17 rating, and I can definitely see why. There are a lot of jump cuts, a lot of quick montagey, definitely seizure warning inducing scenes. So there's signs out there for that. But going into this movie, the only other people in the theater were in a row in front of me, and it was all a bunch of frat guys, right? And I, as soon as I sat down, I was like, these guys are going to absolutely hate this movie. And I just knew. It hadn't even started yet. And and let's see. Tyler says, glad you liked Infinity Pool. I kept waiting for it to do something more interesting. Kind of wasted the cool plot mechanics for me. And I'll cover that. I'll cover that a little bit here in just a second. But and maybe I got so much enjoyment out of this movie because the guys in front of me got so much displeasure out of this movie. And the schadenfreude of a bunch of frat guys like watching Alexander Skarsgård like get tugged off to completion and his semen hitting the rocks and being on camera, and they were just like, oh dude, no man, oh no dude, there's that semen, bro, and I'm with my homies, oh god, and they were just uncomfortable from that moment.
Is that how the clones are made?
Yeah, they're like, oh.
Is that how the clones are made?
Must be.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, this movie is not a horror movie. It is billed as a horror movie. The trailer makes you think it is a horror movie. This is a science fiction film. This is an art house science fiction film that is also a horror film, right? And it's horror in the sense that it has graphic scenes. This movie is not scary. This movie is... Oh, Tyler with the YouTube comment, what's a little semen between homies, which is very much this movie. So because his last name's Cronenberg, I think Brandon Cronenberg realizes that he has a legacy to fulfill.
Embrace the weird.
His dad is responsible for some of, well, basically the genre of body horror as we know it was kind of defined by his father. You've got movies like The Fly and Videodrome and like all this kind of stuff. Existence, most recently, Crimes of the Future, Scanners.
Yeah. The Crimes of the Future remake, because you got both versions.
That's right. And, so big shoes to fill. And I think that after a couple of his other films, especially Antiviral, and then he got a little bit of accolade for Possessor for kind of leaning into the body horror genre. He's like, well, let's just go all in. And Mia Goth stepping up to the plate. Both Mia Goth and Alexander Skarsgård are not afraid to do horror, are not afraid to do a lot of different things. And Alexander Skarsgård has an incredibly wide range. Mia Goth, we have yet to really see her wide range, but she is so great at what she is typecast to do, which is
creepy chick.
Super creepy chick, and she nails it. And what this movie is about is it's kind of hard to explain because this movie is about Alexander Skarsgård. He is a writer who's experiencing writer's block. He's on vacation with his wife, M, played by Cleopatra Coleman, and they go to this like remote island resort, whatever, in this kind of what looks like a Croatian country, and they are vacationing, okay? And this resort, he's trying to find inspiration at this island. And it's kind of leading to look like a Virgin Cruise level boringness of like, okay, there's just a bunch of like rich white people here, some other ethnic people here. There's just a bunch of rich douchebags here. And why did we pick this to come? But then Mia Goth kind of comes on the scene, and she approaches Alexander Skarsgård and is like, oh, you're this writer I've heard of. I loved your book. And he's like, whoa, because, he didn't think anybody liked his book. It got all these bad reviews, and he's like, he's inspired, and Mia Goth's kind of hot, even though she has the weird eyebrows that, whatever.
What eyebrows?
Exactly. And so he's kind of enamored by Mia Goth, and he follows her. They go to dinner, and they like go, let's go outside the resort. Mia Goth's husband entices them to all four go on this journey out beyond the resort, which is a big no-no because the resort is like, in this country that's dangerous. And like, you don't leave the resort, you stay in the resort. The laws, they're really strict on the laws here. You don't want to get caught out there. They go and they get caught out there. They're driving around, getting drunk, having a bonfire, having a great time, getting tugged off, whatever. It's a party, you guys. What's a little semen between friends? And then Alexander Skarsgård accidentally hits a pedestrian and in the road and kills him. And they're like, oh, shit, what do we do? We're in another country. They said the laws are strict. We're going to get in trouble. We got to get out of here. Skarsgård's freaking out. His wife's freaking out. And Mia Goth is just like, shut the fuck up. We're going. Get in the car. I've been here. We've done this. Let's get out of here. They get back to the resort.
She's killed someone in that country before.
She's like, well, we've been to this country. She's like, we travel here every year. And well, I'll get to that later. Anyway, so they get back to the hotel. Everything seems fine. The police show up at the hotel room, and they're like, boom, boom, boom. Mr. Skarsgård, you're coming with me. He's freaking out. And what makes Alexander Skarsgård, let's just call him Alex. I don't want to say that name 100 times. Alex, the range of this guy who's normally, he's a big, intimidating, like physically imposing dude, but he is able to shrink himself down into such a non-threatening, helpless character in a lot of ways. And his eyes, he was cast for his eyes. He has some of the most expressive eyes in this movie that, from scenes of complete and sheer terror to wonderment to, envy to lust. You see all of these different emotions in just his eyes, because there's a lot of situations where he can't speak. And they drag him off, and here's where it gets really weird. The punishment for all crimes in this country is death. They're really conservative, and they're like, all right, well, you're going to die. He's freaking out. He is freaking out so hard, but they're like, well, you're rich, so here's the deal. Here's some paperwork. Give us a bunch of money, and we'll make a clone of you. And then we'll kill the clone, and everybody's going to be happy. You get to roll out. We get to have our death penalty. We have the technology. You may not have heard about it, but we can do it. We can clone you. Don't worry about it. We're going to kill you. Everybody, you'll go back to the resort, whatever. But here's the deal. You got to watch us kill you. And they sit him in a room, and he watches himself get executed brutally. And so not only was that very jarring, but the cloning process was very jarring. And he comes out of this with a different look on life. Cue Mia Goth and her weird ragtag bunch of eyes wide shut cronies that are flatlining, like the movie Flatliners, addicted to this sort of death and rebirth, right? And so that's as far as I'm going to start explaining the plot of this movie, because then the movie is about death and rebirth. It is about attachments to the world. It is about being the idea of what if, kind of like in Altered Carbon, if you guys watched Altered Carbon, where it's like, okay, what if they invented this technology where you could replace your conscience in a different body? So rich people can afford it, but they're like, okay, well, they're going to grow a new body in a lab, and they're going to just stick their conscience in a new young body and continue to be immortal. But what happens when rich people do that? Well, they become bigger and bigger douchebags, and it's like, the longer you live, the more ennui sets in, and if there's no repercussions to your actions, the more horrible of a person you become.
Like in time, where if you can afford to buy time, you can live forever.
Yeah, exactly. And Vince, let me backtrack in some of the comments. I love his fearless choice of roles. Agreed. At a time, I thought he was just going to be a dumb blonde, a True Blood guy. Eric the Viking was pretty awesome, though. Vince says, I'm sensing a theme on both movies this week. Yes, I know. I've been in a great mood. So, what happens here is a very, very unusual journey with Alexander Skarsgård being both addicted to the sort of romantic idea of living forever and the visceral pleasures that come with it. There's sex, there's drugs, there's rock and roll, there's all that. There's Mia Goth, there's her crony of rich people that are just like, dude, we party, we do this, we watch ourselves die, we don't give a shit, we're immortals, and we're Highlanders, we can do anything. And that's sort of, again, going back to Eyes Wide Shut, that's where the masks come in, they get up to no good, there's big orgy scenes, there's all this kind of crazy sex shit and drugs, and they become like really religious about it. And it deals with a lot of these weird undertones of, well, what is religion now that you're immortal? What is punishment now that you have no, it doesn't happen to you? What is your life after this? And then Alexander Skarsgård has to choose between his life with his wife or following down this path, and he can't do it. And so now, with the secret of what these people come, they've kind of turned him into a plaything. And he is not just a participant, but also a victim of these people who have been doing it longer than him. He is now a thing for them to enjoy. And it gets darker and weirder and headier and more insane as he starts to become insane and tries to escape. And it's very strange. And, there are people that want the idea to go farther, but I think that's our job. Our job as a person who watches this movie and watches the escape and watches the end of this film. It's like, what do we take out of this? And because there's a lot of weird symbolism, and it could have gotten deeper and gotten weirder, but I don't think that would have made the movie more enjoyable. I think it might have been a little less enjoyable. And if it had gotten just more weird for weird's sake, then it would have turned into like some Lars von Trier nonsense. And I felt that it was pretty well balanced for what it was trying to do. And believe you me, when the credits rolled and every one of those frat dudes was like, dude, that was the stupidest thing I ever seen, bro, man. Oh, God, let's go watch football, dude. I hate this. God, can't even believe you touched my elbow when I saw that wiener on screen, dude. God, I gotta go home and take a shower and have sex with my girlfriend and squeeze a titty. And, they were just so unhappy about having to sit through that movie because there is a scene towards the end that is very much about Mia Goth's character trying to program Alexander Skarsgård and have this rebirth of finding the new person inside of him, and she wants to be responsible for that. And then she whips out this tit that's covered in blood, and Alexander Skarsgård, she cradles him as he's having this insane crumbling freak out moment out after he had just had to beat the shit out of himself, and she's like, no, it's okay, baby, and he just starts suckling that teat, that bloody teat, and it's just so visceral and weird, but not weird. It's very metaphorical, and it makes a lot of sense in the moment if you're paying attention. And, dude, the guys in front of me were not having it. They were just, even though they all probably they have Oedipal complexes, a lot of them. But,
so which one was weirder, this one or Barbarian?
Oh, this one. All day.
Okay.
All day. Because, again, that the big monster tit in Barbarian was showing that the barbarian character was in fact a victim and not necessarily trying to kill and torture these people, but just doing the only thing that she knew how to do. And so in that, there was a horror in that was interesting subtext, that if you kind of want to peel back the layers, this is a very different tit, so different milk. Anyway, as Night Owlishly said, I'm sure their porn is much worse. Yeah, but they're not watching it there with their friends. So, yeah, it's a weird movie, a lot to unpack. Is it for everyone? Absolutely not. Did I really enjoy it? Yes. Did it do some things wrong? 100%. I felt like, and probably Tyler will agree with me, that I felt like it got a little lost in really trying to explore the ideas that it was trying to explore. I mean, obviously, it's dealing with caste, it's dealing with laws, and dealing with privilege and immortality and all of those things. But it gets kind of caught in we still have to be a horror movie, and my last name's Cronenberg, and we still have to make this shocking to get people in the seats. So I feel like for what they did, I enjoyed it. I think it stuck as much of a landing as it was going to stick, doing what it needed to do to get those frat guys in the seats, because that's what that movie needed to do. It needed to get those in there, get their money. They didn't have to like it, but they did go see it. So, as Tyler says, I got the point of it really quickly, and then you had to see. Yeah, I mean, the story is obviously there. It's about. If you watched Altered Carbon, you get the idea.
The next hour is just the freak out factor kind of thing.
It's the descent into madness. It's his crew kind of turning on him and him being switching from being a participant to the victim, and that did take a little long. So the novum, if you will, if you want to use a literary term of a science fiction story, the novum is the idea that the author is playing with to make us think. The novum of immortality and lack of punishment. It's it's there. It's there quick. But I thought it was a fun ride. It was weird. It's a weird movie, and I dig them. So, but if you don't want to see pus coming out of a weird like boob with someone with a crazy demon mask on in a series of very fast, quick-cutted orgy scenes with monsters with twisted faces, probably not for you. But it's pretty good. Anyway, all right, there you go. Infinity Pool, it's playing right now. If it's in a theater near you, you can check it out. If not, well, don't.
We still got it at theaters near us, and I will try to watch that again. Maybe Wednesday or Thursday or something like that. Because I just want to see it. I like Cronenberg-y weird movies. They're fun.
Oh, Vince Redeemed takes a sip. I think I need one of those after 2 reviews. I'll do double next week. I'm not going to drink any alcohol and get in a car and drive in the slicks. So I'm sorry. I will double down next week. I will remember. Plus, I don't have any alcohol near me, but I am more responsible than you think I am, and I will not get into a car after drinking and there's ice on the road. But thank you for redeeming points. I will remember next week.
Yeah, last thing you need is to go off-road, and the cops are like, hey, you okay? Oh.
Hey.
Get out of the car.
Yeah.
Hey, okay, yeah. So my next movie and the one that I watched this weekend for the show is the big international release. This one is a Hindi movie. It is Bollywood. I watched Pathaan, starring Shah Rukh Khan, and man, Shah Rukh Khan is such a big star. I went and got Indian food from one of our local Indian restaurants.
Went the whole 9.
No, well, not for the movie, but I got some yesterday just because I was hungry for it. And I was like, oh, can I get a thumbs up too? Thumbs up's like an Indian Coke. And they have Shah Rukh Khan cans. And I meant to bring it. I forgot to grab it. But it has Shah Rukh Khan and I don't know this girl's name, Deepika Padukone. They're like the 2 main ones. And what I didn't know going into this, but what I learned watching it, is that this is part of the spy universe that Yas Raj Films is doing, which includes Once There Was a Tiger, Tiger Returns, and War, because they advertise it.
Put Tiger in that title?
No, so Tiger's a character.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Played by Salman Khan. Salman Khan, huge Bollywood star, one of the biggest stars in India. Him and Shah Rukh Khan are like the 2 biggest stars in India. But it advertised itself as from the people that brought you War. And War is a movie that I watched and reviewed on the show with Hrithik Roshan and Tiger Shroff. And it's like Face Off, basically, right? Like War was like Face Off, Mission Impossible kind of a movie, and Pathaan is very much like that in that it is like Mission Impossible, the movie. And one thing you kind of see that connection of this spy universe that they have going on with is that it's the same thing. It's RAW versus ISI, so India spies versus Pakistani spies, and they have to end up working together, kind of a thing, because both of the Tiger movies and Pathaan have that same kind of thing. Pathaan is almost kind of like a re-envisionment of the Tiger movies a little bit. So it's about a RAW agent for India and an ISI agent for Pakistan, and they like come together / they're attracted to each other and have to work together, but maybe they're going to betray each other, kind of a thing. And they travel the world, and they're trying to stop Jim. Jim is like this
truly outrageous.
Well, so it's just like they call me Jim, played by John Abraham. He's like a former India spy. And they left him high and dry. They left him hanging because he did this mission. He stopped these like pirates. And after that, they found his family, which was his wife who was pregnant with his unborn child. So they caught him and his wife, and then they just emptied an AK-47 into his pregnant wife in front of him after they beat the hell out of him because India would not pay the ransom for him that they were demanding, kind of a thing. And so they left him alive and just like brutally sawed his wife in half with a machine or like a assault rifle, like right in front of him. So he's like, you know what? India don't care about me. I don't care about India. I'm gonna just be a super evil guy. But so the movie opens up with India, with a real life event of India revoking the self-governance of its portion of Kashmir and trying to take all of Kashmir, and this general for Pakistan just being like, screw them, I hate it. No, call Jim. And it gets Jim on the phone, and he's like, bring India down.
Like, whoa.
Yeah, because he finds out he has like 2 or 3 years left to live because he has cancer, and he's like, you know what? In my 2 or 3 years,
you'll do anything.
I'm gonna burn India to the ground. Call Jim. And so, to the story of Pathan, you know, it does the time jump thing that Indian movies definitely do, and you find out, you know, Pathan was this super agent for India. Loyal as can be. He set up this like a organization basically that works as part of RAW, like RAW adjacent, for all of the like soldiers that have been put on the DL, right? They're on like the injured list because he was in a hospital, he had screws in his shoulder and a plate in his foot and all this stuff, and they're like, you're no good to us, we can't use you anymore, it's time to retire.
You're no good to us, dead.
And he's like, I don't think so. I'm Pathan, I'm going to do it. And I've assembled all these other guys, and we can do things no one else can do. And they're like, well, when do you start? He's like, I already assembled the team. Let's do it. And eventually, working with the ISI agent, you know, he does get betrayed and left to rot in Russia when they accidentally steal smallpox.
Oops.
Yeah. And then he's shipped off to like Russian prison and all this, and they kind of leave him to rot for a while. But they also send a rescue squad after him, and this is where you find out that it is a tie-in to the spy universe, because there's cameo, and when that cameo came on screen, I was so stoked in a theater full of Indian people. As like you're the only
one that's getting stoked.
As the only non-Indian, I was mad stoked about this whole thing. It was the action in this is so good. Shah Rukh Khan is an incredible actor. This one has even less musical numbers. There's one.
Ooh.
One in the middle of the movie.
Only one. And
then one for the end credits. That's it. You don't even have to watch the one at the end because it's done. But it's nothing but story, action. It was super rad. The building of this spy universe is actually very interesting because they don't have to be connected, but the way that they connected this one to some of the other ones was very good, and I was super stoked about it. But they also used it to be kind of self-aware, because they make comments about themselves in it, and then at the end of the movie there is like a little stinger before the credits run, where they make some commentary about like Bollywood and the future of Bollywood, because all of the people in these movies are getting old. Like Salman Khan is pretty old. Shah Rukh Khan is older than you think he is. Older than dude. He's like the most ripped dude in the world.
Old dude ripped.
And he's like way too ripped for being an old dude. And Hrithik Roshan is older than what he looks like. He has no right to be like that handsome of a man and be as old as he is. Like, Indian movies are crazy, but they are so good. And Pathan is in every one of our theaters. It is a huge international release, big Bollywood movie, but it has everything that Mission Impossible has. You know, anything that you would want in a Mission Impossible movie, except for like the mask on the face thing, is in this one. If you want that, watch War. War has that, but this one has everything else, and it's so good. They run on top of a train. There's like the Fast and Furious thing. There's smallpox in like warheads that they have to deactivate.
Or like the globes from
Yes, the smallpox is in globes.
like what's the movie with Sean Connery?
Yeah, The Rock.
The Rock, yeah.
So not quite like The Rock. They're like this big, and there's two of them.
That's a lot of smallpox.
But they steal scientists and they force them to reinvent smallpox to make it where it's unstoppable. They have a chase between dirt bikes on ice, and meanwhile, like, the chick is on ice skates and she's just like going, and they're fighting to get the smallpox. There's jetpack scenes, with machine guns.
Who didn't like jetpacks?
The final fight is in like a house that's built on the side of an Iraqi or like a Afghani mountain, and it's like sliding down the side of the mountain, and they're like punching each other in this house while it collapses. It's sick, man. There's everything in this movie, other than having to be in a theater full of people that were texting and talking, and the children running in circles with light up shoes, and one tripped on my foot and then hung on my foot, and then everyone stood in front of the subtitles, which is not nice to the one person that has to read the subtitles.
They can't hear what you're, can't understand.
Other than having to be in a theater with people, it was a very enjoyable experience. I really liked it. I'm very excited to see if they do a movie with Tiger and a
cinematic universe.
Well, it is a universe. It's the spy universe by Yasraj Films. Which interesting thing about Yasraj Films is they told Disney to suck it when Disney tried to buy them in 2009. When Disney was buying up everything in 2009, like when they bought Marvel.
When Bob was like, gimme.
And Lucas and everything like that, they're like, hey, we want you to be our strong foothold in India, and they're like, not gonna happen. And but if they bring Salman Khan and Hrithik Roshan and Shah Rukh Khan all together in a movie, it could be the most epic thing. And they have all of their characters set up. So in the Tiger movies, his whole thing is he falls in love with the ISI girl. The first movie is them running away and starting a life together. The second one is they have that life, but they get pulled out of it to save, like, do a joint effort between Pakistan and India.
So Vince has a question on Twitch. He says, I have a question about Indian movies. Since they are so over the top with the action, etc., are they viewed as sort of a comedy, or are they done completely straight-faced?
Both.
Yeah.
So that's the thing about them. There's comedic parts of this movie, but there's very serious parts about this movie, and it's about a very real political problem between India and Pakistan. And they try to show that, it's also a big political commentary that you can overcome differences. They're more alike than they are different. War is not the answer. Why are India and Pakistan even fighting? Kind of a thing. Very political message in the movie, but it's also high entertainment. It's action. It's romance. There's dancing and singing. There is comedy. That's a part of most Indian movies.
Well, they're 3 hours long. You gotta put it all in there.
You're gonna get a little bit of everything, and I think that's part of why they're so good, because it's not like when Hollywood tries to do that, where they go throw it at the wall and try and give you everything. They have like a formula figured out that works, and it's a very good movie, and it has continued the spy universe in a way that makes me want to watch more of them, which Tiger 3 is set to come out in March, maybe. It's coming up soon. So the stuff they did in this movie to tie it to the other movies, because this is the first one that shows you that it is a universe. War had no tie-in with the Tiger movies, but this movie kind of brings all of them in. It makes me want to see the next one. And like I said, hopefully you get the three main guys from all of these in a movie together. And I think that would just blow the roof off of the world.
All right,
it's good. Go watch it. It's out there. It's massive. It's only 2 hours and 24 minutes.
Oh, that's it. Just like a Marvel movie.
AMC, don't watch it at AMC if you can. I hate saying that, but they cut the intermissions out of these movies.
Oh, so that's just a long...
Yeah.
Yikes.
So if you have another
Pinnacle,
theater,
Malco.
Yeah, like locally, our Malcos do leave the intermissions in. I would suggest that if that's your thing. But at 2 hours and 24 minutes, it's a lot shorter than
It's about Marvel movies. Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, we're gonna move on to our top 10. We hit our hour. I did want to mention that both The Whale and Everything Everywhere All at Once are back in over 1,500 theaters nationwide on each. So if it's in a theater near you, you can check it out while their releases are low.
We still have The Whale here.
We do still have The Whale here. But we're going to go through the top 10 movies in America this past weekend, starting with number 10, working our way up to number 1. I'm going to turn things over to Jake here. He's going to give you those numbers. So take it away, dude.
All right. Number 10, The Wandering Earth. Is that the one that we were thinking of?
I don't think no.
Okay.
It's only in 142 theaters, so...
maybe not. Okay. The Wandering Earth 2 brought in $1.4 million in its second week out, bringing its domestic total to right at $3 million. Then number 9, Infinity Pool, opening week, $2.5 million.
Not too bad.
Bad. It's in 1,800 theaters. I would have thought maybe more, but at the same time, how many people have really seen trailers and things for that? I don't think they've been running trailers for it. I think it's all just what you've seen on the internet. Then coming in at number 8, the Left Behind series, Rise of the Antichrist, starring Kevin Sorbo. Right,
he loves his Christian movies.
Yeah, so Hercules, another one, $2.5 million brought in. I guess it had like an early release because it's brought in 3.1 total, but only considered 1 week out, and that's a Fathom event. So probably not going to stay in the theater for much longer there. Coming in at number 7 in its third week out, I didn't realize it had already been 3 weeks. $3.8 million for Plane. The new Gerard Butler movie, bringing its domestic total up to $25 million. Probably not what they would have expected from a Gerard Butler led action film.
Yep.
From Lionsgate, so like a studio that makes those kinds of movies and usually sees success out of them. And then coming in at number 6, Missing in its second week, $5.67 million, bringing its domestic total to 17.5. And then hanging in there in its fourth week out, Megan, now at number 5, $6.25 million brought in this past weekend.
It's making the money, dude.
Well, I think it's because it's like a guaranteed thriller.
Yeah, it's a horror movie that has a TikTok dance in it. I mean,
$82 million brought in by that one. I think that one's had the most advertising outside of Avatar.
Tons of it.
And then coming in number 4, A Man Called Otto actually climbed up from number 5, brought in $6.6 million, its domestic total after 5 weeks, just shy of $46 million.
Vince says, if we've seen Megan,
I don't have the interest in it.
There's other movies that I've been wanting to see. I'll probably end up catching it, but just not right now.
I'm busy watching super rad Indian movies, having a good time, and trying to watch Infinity Pool. Maybe when it's on Netflix or something. Coming in at number 3 in the United States, first week of release, Pathaan, $6.8 million. I really would have expected more from it, but it was only in 695 theaters, just shy of $7 million, and it topped every other movie I've told you about so far in being...
Number 3 movie in America, only in 1,000 theaters. That's pretty wild.
Being in less than half of any of them except for The Wandering Earth, which was only in 142 theaters. But less than 700 theaters, $6.8 million, bringing its domestic total to 9.5. So I guess it got a little bit of I think some things were given
a little extra days.
Yeah. And then holding tight at number 2, Puss in Boots, and its 6th week out, $10.5 million brought in this weekend. So its domestic total, $140.7 million. I think what that was is there was a lot of bad weather around and people needed something to do with their kids. So they took them to the movie theater. And then staying at number 1, Avatar, Way of Water, brought in $16 million.
More money. More money.
Its domestic total, $620.8 million. It has crossed its $2 billion threshold already. Now everything is profit for the movie, according to James Cameron's
Avatar.
interviews. So
more of those forever.
It did it. Who would have thought, especially on that first week when it opened, everyone's like, oh, of course it failed. Avatar failed. No one wants to watch it. It's crap. And then like 2 days later,
People keep seeing it. Well, it made a lot of money, so I guess I have to.
Yeah, 2 days later, everyone's like, wow, runaway success, Avatar. But y'all remember, 7 weeks ago when all of the internet was like, it's a failure. There's no way it'll make this $2 billion. James Cameron's crazy. Why did he think this would work? And then like 3 days later, they're like, oh, Avatar, success, just like we told you it would be. So there it is.
There it is. All right, guys. Well, we're gonna get out of here. It's freezing cold in the studio, so we're gonna shut her down, get back to our warm homes, and hopefully drive safe and get there in one piece. But don't forget to like and subscribe. Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. You can catch the show live every week. You can download the podcast wherever it is you download the podcast and get the audio version of this only. If you want to keep the conversation going, like Vince just threw up in the Twitch comments there, you can join us on our Discord. You can chat with all the people that are in the comments there. Everybody joins in and talks about movie stuff. So Furious Apology, thanks for making it in. No problem. Glad to be here. We've missed enough shows in January, so we wanted to make sure that we came up here. Plus,
I'm no longer sick.
Yeah.
No more parties.
So I like driving in the snow a little bit, so it gave me an excuse to see what we could do. But anyway. All right, guys, we're out of here. Thanks for tuning in. I, of course, am Bo, the boom operator.
I'm Slick Doggy the Grip.
And we'll see you guys next week.
As you leave the theater, folks, please be careful. Don't let this happen to your car. Be sure to remove the speaker before you leave. If you should accidentally pull a speaker loose, please turn it in at our snack bar or box office. Thank you.